a good game.
All right, well, let's see. Of course, that is the ultimate question on if they can to test it up versus the team that they are competing for with that second slot. Yes, I do want to still say that there are some other teams that have the potential to grab it as well, but it's really these two that are in that pole position currently. So what a important series we have to start the day, and what a draft as well. I probably slightly favored Dyer's draft, but I can see what UDV can work with. I mean, a lot of magic damage, a lot of team fight, a lot of stuns as well. They're able to take objectives, which was the nice thing. Maybe with this Wraith King getting picked up, which they were currently lacking. Dire, they don't have that. You don't have that team fight. Really, your objective taking is going to be off the back of the Enchantress early on with those Enchanter creeps. But even then, they're able to deal with it pretty well with the Ember, with the Timber. So we'll see how much Jar Jar is able to get done here with the Enchantress. Of course, something he's very comfortable with. But Denok, how do you feel about this draft? Because I'm a little bit 50-50 right now. Is the offlane toss just too much of an issue for you to favor Xerxia?
It's a bit of an issue. The other thing that's a bit of an issue is that for UDV, I'm a little bit worried for Xerxia once they get BKBs, because Wraith King, Ember, they love their BKBs, and a lot of the damage is just going to completely go away once that one's picked up. They're going to level up the chains early.
Yeah, and
if it gets them the kill,
secure first blood,
it's going to be okay. I mean, it's fine, right? Bat's not going to be diving you level 1, so you might find it a little bit difficult to secure the range creep is the only downside for this mid lane. So really feeling like maybe, well, this lane's going to go horribly anyway, so gotta just cop it and make sure the side lanes go well enough that they're going to be able to help me out a little bit here. But JG, he's no stranger to the Bat. Yes, he's just a bronze tier, but I think the man just hasn't paid Gaben his Dota tax.
His Dota tax. I like Dota Plus. I'm surprised people don't. Do you feel like there's enough value there? I don't know. I like seeing the rank up of my heroes when I play them.
I mean, of course I'm a fan. I've got it. I've had it ever since it came out. But for some people the value isn't quite there. But I got to have my avoid list. All right, mid lane, BB might die.
Whoa! A lot of stick charges. At least didn't have to pop that fairy fire, but he is getting nothing out of the lane so far. So, see, how some of the other side lanes are looking at for the moment. Dude, this techie set is, I think this is the best techie set I've seen. This is awesome.
From Dungeons and Dragons looking stuff. It's probably a Halloween set.
Oh, it's so cool.
Bombi, of course, the level 30 techies. So like I said, comfort hero. They win every single time that they pick it. I already did mention how important this series is for both teams, being able to cement themselves as that solid second place, but even more important for Xerxia, considering for UDV, considering they're still yet to play Boom, and they've had that one loss so far.
You all know that Boom series is not going to be easy for them at all, so got to get the wins where you can find them before you go up against those really, really tough opponents. And for them, the lane's looking pretty good so far. Nothing too crazy. We did see yesterday as well, Denog, in one of our other classes, I think it was China, the Slark versus Timber matchup, and Timber got absolutely bodied in the lane. So far, could we be concerned about RDP's lane versus the Enchantress and the Slark, two very strong heroes early on, or is Boom Booey going to be able to help protect him in the Timber's weakness?
I don't think Rubik's going to be protecting from anything, to be honest. I think it's more just about getting your levels and surviving the lane. Surprisingly enough, he's the one topping his team's net worth at this point in time. Who, of course, I guess there's been 0 points in the impetus, so they just want to be playing off the back of surviving in the lane. They're cutting down a lot of trees. They're making sure to right-click the Timber whenever they get the possibility to. I'm just looking around this mid lane even more, to be honest, right? Like, now you've hit level 4 on the Ember Spirit. He's got a second point in the chains, just realizing that he never really wants to get too close to JG. He's put a second point in the Firefly. I almost wonder if he would have been able to go for a kill if he got a second point in the Flame Break, just to double that burn duration, increase the impact damage, and he's already getting him up to these high sticky napalm stacks fairly often. And he almost killed him with just one level in it previously.
I think the issue with 2 points flame break is that might slow down your farming speed when you look to go back and play the jungle.
Sure, but I feel like Ember's a big part of this tempo, right? Wraith King isn't going to get active that early, so you just look to take that away. You could probably get that additional level off of the kill onto the Ember.
Okay.
And he hasn't put a single point in Flame Guard either, right? So even more impactful. I'm just looking to protect the top water rune as well. Do go for another kill attempt here. Might be able to get the clap off though.
Yeah, and on the way mid, Jaja did a really good job as well with his micro. Was able to scout out the double stack. It's already been built up. So they are well aware this is going to be for the Timber. Of course, that's something we've been seeing a lot lately where you look to prioritize this man considering how much damage he's able to do in the early game with kind of 2.3 reactive and then like the Kai and even sometimes the Sungeon Kai as well. So I like what the Enchantress is doing early on, recognizing that the Slark can kind of play okay into the RDP matchup. It is going to guarantee that Timber gets a pretty good time though. So obviously that he feels like he wants to get a little bit more involved and help the other lanes instead.
Yeah, I think they were really expecting to get, a kill or two onto this mid specifically. Like, you've got 3 points in the Napalm now. BB doesn't have Flame Guard. He doesn't have ways to be able to run away. You've got to try and maybe bait out the chain so that then you can come in on the Centaur Conqueror, get that stun off, because you're not going to have that same kill threat once he hits onto the level 6. Armor's having a little bit of trouble up top, but he's picked up the raindrop. So if they've done the same down bottom, because Bombi is doing a fantastic job down here, just constantly keeping them harassed away with those sticky bombs. Rapido, a lot easier time. He's second on net worth right now on this task. With Bimbui showing down here, I don't know if they could look to go for a kill onto the Timber, but it does give Karma a little bit more ease in the fact that you're not going to have this Rubik hitting with a Fade Bolt from afar.
Bit of a battle over this power rune, yeah. Support's starting to rotate from either side. But we might be in some trouble though. JG 3 points up with the Sicky Napalm and not even going to require the Firefly. BB's going to look to turn it back around though with the rotation out of Lion Axe, but Bombi is going to be playing off with the blast off, so that'll be enough.
And they protect the power
JG.
rune.
And meanwhile, Slark gets solo killed from RDP, so a big timing out of the Timbers level 6 means that he's able to kill Karma before he has the Shadow Dance to protect him, so a couple of kills across the map.
Just wondering if JG was looking to maybe make a move up towards top to be able to protect their Slark lane a little bit further. Again, I'm a little concerned that they haven't really addressed BB that much on his Ember Spirit. He's not having the greatest time in lane, but you kind of expect that as an Ember into a Bat Rider, but I really feel like you should have probably been able to get a kill up until this point. Of course, the double damage is going to make things a little bit more challenging for BB. Forced out of the lane, but again, it's just about trying to bait out the usage of that Searing Chain so that the rest of the team can actually look to rotate through. Seven as well on this bat. Checking for stacks as well. I mean, he knows he's going up against a Timbersaw, right? So they need to address this, but they'll see the fact that this pull was attempted.
A very early net worth lead though for Xerxia.
They're going to kill Ember.
Wow, okay. Lasso used, JG. I mean, finally, that's what they've been hoping for the entirety of this lane. JG able to find a pretty big solo kill. Bumping up his levels, almost level 8 now for the Bat Rider. Is going to get him closer to that Boots of Travel as well. And they've even got a couple of heroes playing down bottom. Jar Jar maybe with the Sador creep's going to look to try and get some vision, help the dive, because Rapido, he's got level 6 as well before KMP, so there's no reincarnation. They're going to try TP BB down to bottom, but what can the Ember really do? Jar Jar's going to be able to split the other way. Bombi's in some trouble. Looks like they should get the kill onto Techies, but it's a 1-for-1, and that's your carry that goes down for UDV.
They also TP BB down BB down bottom. So it's a little bit more challenging as, like you mentioned, up top, they're going to look to go for another kill onto RDP. No lasso available. Should still be able to get the kill though.
Yeah, with the haste. This is the Batrider matchup. I don't know, man. It's very, very Batrider favorite to deal with the
KMP.
Timber bottom lane. All right, jump in as well from BB.
Bombi
He's
blast
got a
off.
little bit of mana to work with as well. Still able to snipe the Wraith King, but meanwhile UDV trying to hunt down Repeater when the tree line will slide up in a couple of seconds. It won't even be required. BB gets some much needed kills down bottom, but again, you lose KMP, and well, he's got the Midas queued up, so this is a recovery Midas now for your Wraith King, and like he doesn't have some good matchups already, so he's going to have a very tough game now that he's playing from behind.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you get a little bit of extra value out of the Midas, right? You're going against an Enchantress. You might be able to take the Enchant creep, which always does feel nice, but Midas isn't the worst item for a Wraith King either. You know, even when he wasn't going into the Midas and when he had... we saw Hector like just get a casual Gloves of Haste just because of how much it does for a Wraith King, considering he's got such slow attack speed to be able to play off the back of.
And he likes levels as well, right? Like, he's got some pretty good talents, and even maxing out that reincarnation is pretty big. I mean, even just getting a second point, it is 70-second reduction. Even then, but it's going to be the long game, it looks like, from UDV. And, well, with the lead that Xerxes have, it's... Oh, Bombi? It's going to be fine. Once again, another power in. Oh, BB's actually able to snipe him. So, did this Ember even off to that solo death?
Doesn't have mana.
Oh, no. BB pops the wand and just gets away very close. And now they're going to try and turn. They've got the artillery raining down, but they're unable to hold him into place for the moment. So the globs not really providing all of the damage, but nonetheless, they'll still get the kill very close. The JG getting away.
You have to consider, though, how many heroes had to make that move, right? There were 4 heroes mid trying to get that kill, and luckily enough, they are. Still got, of course, Jar Jar looking to get a little bit of farm for himself on this Enchantress. He realizes how important it is for him to be threatening the Timbersaw a little bit, because Timber's really the only one that's had a good time so far this game. KNP, again, push back to the jungle. This offlane Tusk is... I mean, he's almost playing it like a mid-Tusk, right? With all the levels that he's been able to get onto Rupido. They're looking to try and find a quick kill onto Lionax, but again, it's a heavy rotation coming through to be able to back them up.
We do see that the chains are starting to be a bit of an issue for JG with 3 points in it. Maybe he's able to spam that much faster rate. And, oh, what is Bombi? I mean, there's not... Whoa, they didn't see him? Oh, wow. This... They think he's down. Bimbo is still scouted. So what do? Just wait for TP? Because that would be a really cool place to jump from if they weren't ready for it. Like a blast off from behind, really difficult to react.
He can't
so
see
maybe he
them,
does
though.
stay.
That's the downside, right? He just can't see where they are. And they're going to need to address these other lanes somewhat, right? Because while that was happening, Enchantress was getting more farm. Slark was starting to push in this top tower. It's nearly dead. And that's not what you want when it's... You had this as a Timbersaw lane, right? The Timber left solo against the Slark feels totally fine, but not if you have to make a couple of rotations, one to mid, one to bottom, to be able to protect those sides. And, well, as soon as they TP away, he's going to have, of course, the proximity bind, which could even help with taking this tower down bottom. What build is Bombi going this game? Straight Shard, Aghanim, Aether Lens as well.
Well, they're going to try to contest the stack. RDP won't get a lot of the big creeps. Karma has a 3-level advantage over KMP, but he might be in trouble for the nuke. Karma has to use a defensive Shadow Dance, but now with JG showing up, it'll be an easy kill into the Timber, and they're not going to have a way to address him as well. He can start to chase down some of the remaining members, but the Stark's going to be cautious as well. He's not playing around with an ultimate, and as a result, he's going to be penalized for that. BB, he catches up to JG, though, has the chains up in a couple of seconds, but... I think it's probably too deep. They're even going to TP and Rapido just in case.
But again, while all this is happening, nothing's happening on the side lanes for UDV, and Repeater and Bombi continue to push these towers. So now you've got even more space to open up the map. Now you've got more space to enable these ganks to start to happen. JG, he's got his Boots of Travel. He's got a Fairies Trinket to be able to play around with. And Rapido, he's got a Blink Dagger coming out. 13.5 minutes. So... this is really good early game coming through from Xerxes. Like this, what I hate about Tusk is the fact that if you're playing it as a core, you need levels to be able to make a lot of these movements happen. But just with how much Bombi has helped him to crush this bottom lane, he's got the levels. He's level 8, like only a couple behind the Batrider right now, so it really doesn't feel that bad at all. And now they're going to look to go for these kills. Like, you talk about these roaming duos, I always want to see kill threat from just 2 or 3. You've got it from 2, right? Yeah. Like, this is very, very devastating to have to lane up against. And they might have seen that the Wraith King used the reincarnation previously.
Let's see if the chain control is going to be perfect here. Looks like it is. Beautifully done. A bit of a streak as well that BB was starting to accumulate here for the Ember. So a little bit of gold's going to be given over to the techies. And they're just going to run straight at KMP, making sure that he cannot freely farm inside his own jungle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the kill threat would have been great, but even just to be able to take away some of that farming potential for him. Like, he's gone this catch-up Midas, he's got it, but it's going to be quite some time until he goes into the Radiance as well. And, well, Batrider, this is a game where basically every single rune is going to be value for you. This time around, it's an illusion rune, so you can look to go for more of these dives onto BB.
Speaking of BB, should be able to set up onto the kill on Jar Jar, so they'll get the Enchantress, but again, you just see what they're getting out of the map. Karma has been free farming for the entirety of the game. You know, he did get solo killed by the Timpo. It doesn't matter. He's top of the net worth and super close to a Scepter. He's avoided the Diffusal Blade, which was a very good Diffusal Blade game, but it feels like he wants a Scepter at a bit of an earlier timing, so he can always go back for it, I suppose, but
I think they realized the threat of this, like, magic resistance and BKBs coming out, so he just wants to try and get active as quickly as possible.
And he's going to be able to do so. He'll have Scepter with the nighttime, so that is very scary. You already mentioned that the roaming duo that you're going to have with Bombi and Rapido, but you've even got the Batrider with Boots of Travel, and he can get very active. He's almost got a BKB. So yeah. I don't know how you're going to play the map on UDV over the next 5 minutes.
RDP, you're a little deep here, my guy. Going for the dive in onto him. He's not going to lasso straight up. Nice Yule Scepter build, though.
Oh, he doesn't get the chain away. They're going to drag him further from the tower. Rapido is going to be in as well with a punch. And that should enable all of the damage from JG to come out. And now Diet, they're sweeping through the jungle. Looking to catch out some of the reinforcements at UDV. Brought over towards the bottom side. I mean, they won't...
This ward has just stayed here ever since they made that rotation previously. So Jar Jar just on his own is zoning away both supports.
They're going to be able to bring it down. JG's really making... They're able to get a big kill, but they predict where he's going to go with the Remnant. Beautifully positioned from Karma and Rapido. Yeah, you loot Bombi, but again, BB, second death in a row. Now it's going to open up the tier 1 tower. And again, my question still stands. How the hell are you going to look to play the map now with that tier 1 tower going down? It's going to be almost impossible.
With that tier 1 tower going down, against a Slark who's going to take away all of your vision, against a Batrider with Boots of Travel, even just on top of the Slark, he's got the Aghanim Scepter now, so he can really just look to join in this team whenever possible. Like, taking away all that vision means he's almost permanently going to be under the Shadow Dance when he goes for a lot of these early rotations. He's going into a Mage Slayer first, so not wanting to remake into the Echo Saber. I like it, right? It's going to allow you to commit onto the Timber Saw and not be so worried about that AoE damage coming back the other way.
It's one of those where it gives you magic resistance, but also it's spell damage that you reduce as well, not just magic damage you're reducing, which is crazy. So very, very great. Or the pure from Mr. RDP.
Even just against the Sleight of Fist, for example, means that the rest of your team are enabled to go back the other way. Like, it is physical, but again, like you said, it's spell damage, not magic damage that's reducing. And they're protecting this ward still, man. See you later, Courier.
Rapido wants to jump in. His blink has been cancelled, though. It's going to be up to JD to find the start. Early BKB for just the Rubik. Yeah, they feel like there's an opening. They're going to try and drop the kisses. Great change from BB from downtown. And RDP's got the damage, but he will get blown up as well. So in the end, it's a 2 for 2. The worst, though.
They're
I mean, you do still lose
this board, man. They're like, please, get this away. We cannot farm around it. And, yeah, I mean, it was a good counter-initiation coming through. Probably didn't need to expand that BKB or even the lasso. You had the Tusk come in with the Blink Dagger to be able to disable that Rubik before the runaway, but they still are able to get a couple of kills going their way. The net worth lead keeps staying up, and you've got more permanent Agi stacks coming over for Karma as well. Mage Slayer is kind of nice too, just for the mana regeneration that it's going to look to provide. And again, if a lot of your damage is just pure right click, I almost feel like Karma, he's going to look to follow around this Wraith King and be like, and what? What are you going to do about it? I'm just going to hinder your farm. I'm going to keep up with mine. And, you know, if you're out of place, I'm going to get kills.
They dropped their own ward on the cliff. Try and get some value out of this vision now, but of course Karma's well aware with the Shadow Dance getting procced, so they're probably going to look to avoid that bottom side for a little bit of time, maybe get some of the other lanes shoved out, force the heroes across the map, and then go there as a unit to try and de-ward, because there is not a lot of vision left for UDV.
No.
They do have a pretty good ward, honestly, mid lane. Quite surprised that one's still up.
Is it going to enable them to take anything, though? What I'm looking out for is, like, what is this next big item that they're going to be looking to pick up before they can really do anything? And for them, it feels like it's about 3 minutes away, you know, and Xerxia feels like they could just go at any point that they want. Would love to have a BKB on the Tusk, but certainly not a necessity.
Maybe you got defensive options here with Karma's Step Shroud. There is still a lot of AoE damage, but we'll see how that's able to come into play. Rapido. Very close to catching BB. They do secure the power rune nonetheless for JG. And with all the heroes down bottom, they should be able to get the D-ward and potentially set up for the T2 tower. Karma's just off the mark. The mana has to be expended.
Still able to pop the glyph to be able to protect this top lane from pushing in a little bit.
Jumping from bomb, it should be able to follow up. Provides all the damage they require to get the Snapfire kill. With him down for 30 seconds, this should be the T2 tower as well going.
Jar Jar's just solo pushing this. This is what I love about Enchantress, right? It's a position 5. You don't want to have to make these rotations to be able to defend against it, but you kind of have to. You know, he's just going to enchant the creep wave. He's going to use that siege creep lane. I would love him to just get a casual Blightstone.
They got Radiance on KMP, so let's see what they can do off the back of this team fight. Simultaneous initiations as Karma's going to run into Boom Booey as well, but the telekinesis will help him reposition. So it's just the kill onto Bombi's techies. They're a little bit too late to protect that tower, though, so pretty happy for that for Xerxia.
We are starting to see some of those items come up, though, right? Like, we've got a 4-staff now on the Rubik. We've got the Radiance on the Wraith King. The important thing, of course, is that they took the bottom tower. So even more map for them to be able to play around with on Xerxia. And it's going to be a little bit of time until they get into the next items for themselves. So Aether Lens, yeah, it's picked up. Just 500 or so gold away for the BKB for Rapido. Jar Jar, he's looking to scale himself as well. He is a significant right-click threat. Not even putting a single point into the untouchable because he knows that he's basically just going to get blown up by magic damage at this stage. They were about ready to go for another aggressive play, though. Got the smoke ready to pop, and he does. Is that under vision? No. You know, they've been playing around this Slark a lot. I'd love to see JG take this illusion rune, just to be able to continue moving forward, even if he gets chainsed up. Be able to dodge out a Wraith King stun, for example, popping that BKB. Using Bombi as bait for this mid lane.
Yeah, they're playing on the opposite side. Maybe wrap around from Xerxia. They'll get a glimpse at BB, but pretty quick reactions out of the chains. So they're going to go for the Timber instead. RDP is not an easy kill, but the silence going to come in from afar, and that's all the control they need. And there's going to be no fault from UDV. They can using the Mortimer Kisses, but Lion Axe has to cancel that. And escape. No bash from Roche means he will just live, but they're just going to look to try and walk into the pit. They've got 2 points in tag team. So it'll be a bit of a slow Roche, but with 2 heroes down, they should be able to take it.
They know exactly what's going on, though. The one place that they've got Observer Wards is right outside the pit, so we'll see. I mean, he might just choose to Depth Shroud to be able to heal up the entire team. Seems like they'll be able to take it without even using that. All right. Dive potential now.
Or their friends.
Closer to BKBs. Yeah, so you just picked up a BKB for the Tusk. And they're pinging it out now. it's queued up as the next item for UDV for 3 heroes. You know, you probably don't want to go a BKB plus a Yule Scepter plus a Lotus Orb this early for RDP, but you kind of need to. You know, this is what you're worried about. You're worried about the Enchantress killing you. You're worried about the Batrider killing you. You're worried about the Techies as well, especially now that Techies has the Shard. Ember Spirit is a much more standard build-up, but and Wraith King as well. But for Timber, I'm just a little bit worried about their damage now. It's taken them a bit too long to be able to get to this point. Probably could have avoided either the Yules or the Lotus Orb. Probably the Yules, just to get up to this point. I really feel like those BKBs are their next chance to be able to come back into this game. But of course, Xerxia, they're playing off an Aegis. They don't want that to be the case. They want to keep on pushing forward. They want to get Karma into his level 20 with the Skadi and look to try and close out this game. Just a little short on the pounce. Doing a decent job of, I don't even want to call this ratting, right? It's just keeping the lanes pushed away as much as possible.
Already, Repeater gets a glimpse of Boom Buoy. And yeah, they're just going to sacrifice the Rubik's life. And all the rest of the boys TP out. One thing, I mean, Dire's high ground is really bad. Like, we're going to have some difficulty walking up and taking T3 towers, as RDP might be in some trouble mid lane, depending on the flame break. If Lotus is going to be enough of the turn. You're going to be going into Chakram, Slights, Fade Bolt spam. So you're going to need kills before you can enter the high ground on Xerxia as well. Maybe this is the way to set it up as Bombi. Alright, the blast off onto 3. And now RDP's in a lot of trouble. Karma's going to be playing around with a double damage rune. So he'll get the kill onto the Timber. He'll turn to BB next, but the BKB will be enough to protect him. Able to get some distance away, so in the end, it's just the kill onto RDP's Timber.
Gave the bottle over to Karma, of course, for that DD. It helped him to stay a little bit more survivable in that fight. Again, when he's under the Depth Shroud, when he's under the Shadow Dance, they really don't have that much damage as long as you're able to take out the Timber Saw early on. Go in for another.
Bombi! Another multi-man blast off. Karma wants nothing to do with that though. And maybe KMP, if he can find the cookie, just a bit too shy. He's so close to the BKB, but look at Jar Jar, man. They're probably going to force out the reincarnation. This Enchantress just blowing him up from afar. They need a way to address the support. And look at that. Pops the reincarnation, defensive snowball back on the creep wave. They're going to play this one a little bit more cautious now that RDP is back alive.
Yeah. That's really the only hero that you're worried about at this point. It's the Timber Saw. You know, he is the one that's going to be able to deal that burst damage that you need to be able to rip through. Again, they've got an okay amount of magic resistance right now, but it's pure damage that RDP's looking to pump out. In. Lotus, that might actually bring him further into harm's way.
See what he's able to do off the back of that. Meanwhile, all the supports are getting ripped apart. The formation's been broken. KMP, the first BKB used defensively, and they still got the Lasso to hold him into place as well. So Karma is just feasting onto the carry. Didn't have reincarnation as well. It was still on cooldown. And now Karma, with all the stolen essence, he's just going to turn to the Timber. A freebie walks in front of the Slark, and he'll take it. Triple for the carry on Xerxia, and they've got all the essence now to walk up the high ground if they want to.
I think they might just take that last tower. Why not? They've got plenty to play around with. They can get their next tier of neutral items. The thing that I really like the best about how Xerxia are playing a lot of these team fights is that they're kiting out these BKB timings, right? Like we see when they make a go on with the BKB on the Ember Spirit, you snowball. Wasting those precious seconds that you need to be able to play against this Batrider, against this Enchantress, against this Slark, just because you can't get away outside of it. And even then, Wraith King pops his, he tries to fight for a couple of seconds, he lets them know when the ult's going to be back available and when they can fight. But just speaking of the Wraith King, right, he pops his BKB to try and make some sort of aggressive attempt. What do? They lasso him. They might not get the kill initially, but it really just takes away that point of effectiveness that Wraith King's going to have to play around. Top as well. They've been doing all this without a Blink Dagger on JG, and he's almost into it.
I must say that's very interesting to see that the carry's keeping track of the cooldowns. Usually he's got a lot of other stuff to worry about at kind of this stage of the game.
I'd say Slark's probably like the one hero that you can afford to do that sort of thing, right? I mentioned before that Karma, he would be just straight up bullying this Wraith King. Like, he's going to be tracking him 100% of the time. And he's just spending his time right now, again, getting up to that level 20, getting neutral items for his team. He's even got a Mind Breaker for himself, so making those BKB pops perhaps a little bit more early than they would like. And, well, he's got the Skadi complete as well. Going out to the Korea.
Very close. They were scouting out RDP. Bombi might... Yeah, they're going to drop the ward, but there is already a sentry nearby, so... Ready to have confirmation. Meanwhile, they're trying to do some shenanigans down bottom.
How are you going to leave this base is the question that I want to know. Like, at least the sentry ward inside the base should get a quick glimpse of the one to the north.
Are they going to go for this? Oh. As soon as Cookie's off the mark, surely they're going to start teeping out. KMP and BB is still playing bottom, but they got a glimpse of KMP. Karma, can he line up the pounce? Oh, they're still on cooldown, in fact, so... Going to be able to TP up. BB has to retreat as well off the back of the Remnant.
We will at least see this Observer Ward as well. It's almost getting to the point where you need a gem. And it's the question of, well, who can afford it? But I think you just need to have it somewhere. You need to be able to get outside of your base right now. Get rid of 2 of the Observer Wards at least. They're not completely hemmed into the base anymore. Didn't really use any big cooldowns, though, to go for that previous attempt. Just the BKB. Still on cooldown for the Batrider. How important this series is, though. They want to wait for Roshan, it seems. At a minute or so away. Reincarnation timer is up. I'm sure he's going to be checking the chat logs, Karma, just to make sure.
I spoke out. They got a glimpse of Slark away from the team. KMP maybe baiting his life. They saw the Fade Bolt, though, so they're kind of aware that UDV are nearby him. The smoke pops. They're going to have to disengage. BB, though, is going to get caught out. Lasso drag back. Lasso does get stolen. Let's see what Boom Boo is going to be able to do with this. BB, though, the BKB is not really providing him a whole lot. Mortimer Kiss is going to get layered down. But meanwhile, Karma, his turn to RDP. Tim is in a little bit of trouble at the moment. The Glimmer Cape's going to be able to protect him. They'll reposition the Timber out of danger. They're doing a good job to kite the Stark for the moment, but Karma sees an angle. He'll bring down with the Reincarnation. Meanwhile, Bombi also, he's controlling up the backline with the blast off. So actually, what's the call? Do they want to go back in? In fact, Karma can just... Well, JG actually does it by himself there. What? Okay. Stolen Lasso. JG's like, all right, you'll just tick out instead. BB might be in some trouble as well, but the shards are off the mark. So Xerxia, they didn't even have to wait for that. Roshia would have come out on top. It's not the biggest team fight in the end, just both supports going down for UDV, but still, it's another skirmish that goes the way of Dire.
They're still not wanting to commit completely to this, and yeah, Karma's going to see that they've got this one warded. I was a little surprised that they didn't look to continue to commit, just because you'd used all of the BKBs on UDV, and they've used almost all of them defensively. Like, Ember tried to get work done with that first one, but they're just so tanky, right? They can kite it around so easily. 4 stuff on the Enchantress. He's got on the Magic Resistance Tower, and he's got a Casual Cloak. He's holding onto a Pupil's Gift, so Jar Jar is not the one that you want to start on. Like, yeah, he could deal a lot of damage, especially to that Timbersaw, but you've got to be playing aggressively on the back of your BKBs. You've got to be taking out one of these higher priority targets, like probably Bombi or Rapido are the ones that I would be looking to go for that just feel killable at this stage, because the others really don't. Rapido, he's almost got the Aghanims coming out to him as well. So
kind of had some... Well, I mentioned maybe the difficulties with sieging high ground for Xerxia, but now with this Toskags, you can just get a couple of kills very easily when UDV set up the formation, so... Kills, and then with a couple of heroes down, you should be able to crack that high ground. So we'll see what they're able to do. It looks like they are still playing it more disciplined here for Xerxia. Not looking to try and throw this 14,000 net worth lead. Just continue to choke out the map and wait for that next Roshan, which will be up in 40 seconds.
It was basically the max duration Roshan respawn timer, though. And that's going to work in UDV's favor, just to allow them to get to that next item, to be able to pick up these things like a Mind Breaker. Maybe now you're going to be able to find that quick kill onto
the bomb's going to blow up. Oh, they'll know where they are now with the bomb blowing up. Still, they're going to get the jump, but the BKB reaction is there from Rapido. Now the rest of Xerxia.
Oh, the Lotus.
What the heck, KMP? Kick back inside the river, and the Jar Jar's just really getting impetus damage off.
They stole the
so
kick.
That's the reincarnation used early on, and now they're going to use the last one for the second last, even covering it as well with the Shadow Dance. So Karma just helps the rest of the team to beat into the Wraith King. Without KMP, what can you do on UDV? Boom Boo is going to try and TP out. He'll be able to make it. Same with Lion Axe as well. They only lose the Wraith King in the end, but that really doesn't matter. Xerxia don't have to commit too heavily, and they can freely get this second Roche.
Bombi's bomb placements have been pretty good, right? Just scouting out that smoke, allowing them to set up. I was a little worried for Tusk when he had to use the BKB a little early in that one. I thought maybe UDV would finally have a fight where if it lasted a bit longer, they would be feeling pretty satisfied, but they just couldn't find that initial pick-off, right? They were actually the ones that got picked off. They got kicked back into the base. Yeah, it sent Tusk a little bit too far forward. You know, he kicked himself in, but it didn't really matter at the end of the day. G's even got his shard as well. So that plus, I want to say he's got a Witchblade coming out to him. Yeah, even more damage that he's able to output.
Booey stole kick. So,
inside the base. Feels kind of nice.
Yeah,
without Blink Dagger, it's a little bit more challenging, though.
He's got to die for it. That's it. But, I mean, kickback, maybe into Cookie under tower, or... Yeah, because you're not going to have telekinesis. So, let's see how crafty they can get with it. I mean, that is like that 1% thing that maybe something can go your way off the back of the kick, but I feel like you don't want to force a fight outside the base now with having this stolen spell. Yeah.
I think it's like kick back into Wraith King stun while he's in the air into Cookie, basically, just to prevent any sort of turnaround potential. Gotta say, Xerxia, they've been getting pretty lucky with these neutral items, right? You couldn't ask for much better. Karma's holding on to that Titan Sliver at the moment. Ceremonial Robe has to be the best item for techies, just with how much it's going to provide you. You're always going to be right on top of someone, so that radius is going to be very impactful for the increased blast off, silence duration, for the stun duration as well. Picked up level 18 too, so that additional damage coming through from the proximity mines.
Oh man, KMP. Now he's going to be kicked outside the base first, and now how do you take a fight without your formation there? He's just going to die a second time, and Bombi again gets another triple blast off. So they did turn their attention away from KMP. But the blast off was shining enough. They wanted to get the kills off the back of that, but now they're going to get RDP as well. Great way for them to be able to crack the high ground. Thanks to Rapido. Yes, the callers have buyback, but
that was just a blind jump, wasn't it? Rapido assumed that someone was standing there, got the kick back. It just happened to be onto the best target in the Wraith King.
I think the creeps are inside the base.
Okay, well that helps. But like you said, they certainly didn't want to take this fight outside the base, and Xerxia forced them to off the back of that kickback, right? That's why it's so important for them to not be standing too far forward. That was their really last chance. They've got the lasso stolen, though.
Yeah, let's see how all fours Cookie. Okay. Oh, little cute.
Still lost the interacts, though.
Yeah. So, KMP...
Wraith King bought back. You've got to get value out of this.
It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Bombi. Again, multi-man stun from Bombi. Dude, this it might be first phase ban material. Look at what Bombi's just providing them. All the control, all the damage. Xerxia going to be rewarded with this game 1 victory off the back. Some incredible performances from pretty much everyone.
Just given the fist bumps all throughout, and I think Bombi's looking a little bit too calm with that one. I really feel like he should be popping off a little bit more, because he was amazing this game. Like, they gave him the draft to be able to do it, but as well, so
Vâng.
The day we have one.
Ta đầy bạt cầu này.
Xerxes, though, going to look to try and snag up the Rubik. A little bit of respect as well with Jaja's Enchantress banned out.
The tower damage that came out off the last game. Let me have a quick look. Building damage. I mean, Karma did most of it, but that was late in the piece, right? Outside of that tier 1 tower top, he basically did nothing. It was almost all Jar Jar with a little bit of Bombi with those proximity marks. So
I think really the standout for me is just that Karma gets his Nature's Prophet. I remember one of the games we casted, he had a insane GPM on the NP. Like, it just so stupid with how much farm he was able to get across the map and how active he was able to play as well. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen enough of other carriers playing. Yeah, I'm just not sure how the others match up with it. I'm intrigued on what support they're looking to pick up here at the 15th. What they feel is required. Where do we go? We're gonna have a Mirana. Okay, so a little bit more flex. I mean, Mirana and Tusk can both be played 5-4. Moonlight Shadows, of course, a very nice tool to help the team overall. Like, there's nothing wrong with the Mirana. He's a stable hero. Stuns to play with it. We're gonna get a Bombay Classic here with the Dark Willow. Yeah, I'm down for a Slack. Just trying to think if there's anything else that KMP might be asking for. I'd like them to pick their carry here regardless, just to keep the death profit like sending into the last phase. We're going to get a Chaos Knight. I mean, it's a pretty good CK game overall. There's not a lot of AoE damage for them to be able to deal with. The Phantasm Illusion, a very, very strong laner. You can also set up for that Mirana arrow as well. So, of course, it is a Tundra Classic with the CK Mirana lane pairing. There are. Yeah. For Xerxia, there's a potential for them to look for the puck here. A lot of value with the Doom Dark Willow. You banned out the Dragonite as well, which still would have worked very well with UDV, like a point-click stun to set up for the Mirana to take objectives as well. Oh, they go Pinko. So if you're wanting to keep the Death Prophet in the offlane, I think there's a potential for them to consider a Storm. Is able to get onto the Pango very easily, get onto the Nature's Prophet as well. Oh, they're going to try and put the Death Prophet mid and go for a bit of a different style. We got the Darkseid picked up, a hero that we don't get very often. Maybe felt like some of their team fight was a bit lacking here. So he's able to help build the auras, which can free up some of the items for BB, so he could play a little bit more aggressive with the Death Prophet. Do we like this kind of change for UDB? Sure. Yeah.
Like burst him down, running at him essentially.
Shell and Surge that they should be able to, right?
And
a little
Snowball.
bit more. That's true, yep, and Snowball as well. And you don't really have the best protective support. I mean, it's going to be a Rubik 5, so how much is he really going to be able to do to protect this Nature's Prophet? So Karma might have a bit more of a difficult time, which can be very important to shut him down, but I
Sorry, I'm just seeing the smoke. Just seeing, like, going to get caught out by who. They see Jar Jar and JG in that mid lane, and they're going to look to try and go for a full wraparound here, although Boomboy has to be a little careful of going a bit too deep himself. We'll see that they don't have any ward up on the high ground. You have to wonder how much replays that they watch on UDV, because this is twice now that Bombi's gone for the exact same play, where he starts with the boots of speed, runs out quickly with the smoke, sells them at the secret shop, and then places this cliff ward at the exact same space. So the fact that they did it last game and the fact that they've done it again this time around really just leads me to believe that maybe UDV haven't necessarily looked at that very, very early game start.
Or could it be an argument they just wanted to get their own vision down aggressively and
I guess
maybe try and see if they can...
The cliff ward stayed for the full 6 minutes in game number 1. So maybe
Yeah.
if it doesn't this time around, then, you know.
Karma is in a lot of trouble. Multiple heroes on top of him. He's considering about battling back, but Bowie still has a snowball to look to utilize, and First Blood's picked up, and it already looks like, I mean, we're expecting the Nature's Prophet to maybe have a little bit more of a difficult lane into 2 heroes. That's going to easily chase you down, and that's already proving to be the case before the lanes even connect.
Let's see, 1, 2, and I'm assuming it's going to be 3 stacks blocked up by Lionax here. Small camps, neutral camps. Goddamn, blocked up by the Mirana. One of them, of course, was an observer ward. I don't think maybe they saw the fact that it was an observer ward that was placed down there inside of that camp. So Bombi could look to go for that tree unblock, and he at least gets the hard camp. value there, both for the lane pull as well as the potential for the Devour to come through. Although Centaur Conqueror, it's going to be quite some time until he's able to get into that with the Devour, at least level 3. So I wonder if level 2 is when they're going to look to make a move on this bottom side. Obviously got the Starstorm leveled up already. You've got the Chaos Bolt. It's about going for that that kill once you're past that stage. They've revealed the Bramble Maze as well for Bombi, so if you could get into it before he has that second level, you won't have the Shadow Realm available for yourselves. You can see Linax looking to make the pull slightly away, just to make sure that Bombi isn't going to be able to get that one off for a bit more defensive movement. There we go. They're level 2 now. Do they go for the play? Quite.
Meanwhile, it does look...
It's going to be though, right? Mid lane, probably not so much, right? They're going to be trading back and forth. Just shove the lanes back to back.
So we're expecting BB to have a much better lane this time than what we saw prior?
Oh, for sure. I mean, DP into 99% of lanes is always going to have a great time.
See how he's going to...
Deep dive.
Very deep attempt from Lionax. Towers... It's going into the Mirana, so Lionax going to be forced to try and regen up. Meanwhile, Bombi as well took a decent chunk of damage, but I mean, the wave will start to push back into KMP.
They'll know that they don't have the Sacred Arrow, though, so they feel a little bit more confident just leaving Rapido 1v1 into this. They also had to use every single leap charge as well, so it's a little harder for Lionax to connect on through. Bombi was actually able to build up the stacks there, and he's going to get this hard pull off unless, well, Rapido actually just... well, okay. That's another plus, right? He gets the mana burn creep. Use that onto KMP. Makes his life a little bit more challenging.
Even just the aura as well is nice for Bombi. He's going to have that extra regen to play with now for the lane.
Only taking off 40 of the CK's mana every time, but it's not like he has a huge mana pool to be able to play with. Has the magic stick, though.
Top lane, Karma. Be able to slip through the shards. Still, they've got the vacuum to look to work with, and Karma's going to be chased down. Might be able to get the kill before he dies, but this is just showcasing how difficult of the lane it's going to be. And now they've got that second point in the shell, so the damage is really going to start to ramp up.
Mm-hmm. That's Brambles by Bombi as well. He placed it as Lionax was trying to make a creep pull happen. He just really wants to keep this lane in a relatively safe space. But again, like this is... Rapido's got into this early ring of health. He's going for the... full Vanguard as well, which I really don't hate. Might be a Crimson card sort of game if you're feeling overly worried.
Again, Karma's getting dived. Just Prophet's in a lot of trouble, and Jarjar's going to have to stand by and try and punch him down, but the Rubik will not be able to do anything. Might be able to get a return kill, in fact. A lot of tower RDP. Nice thing about the Nature's Prophet, even if you die back-to-back, he's going to be able to TP to the lane still.
Jar made sure that it wasn't just going underneath the tower, all of these creeps. He's wanting to keep them so that Karma's able to pick them back up. He does come back to the lane. Again, without the Darkseer, that kill threat is gone. And he's getting the levels now off the back of this. You know, despite the 2 deaths, he's got more net worth than Darkseer does at this point. Just because Karma is fully focused on last hitting. He knows that he's not going to be able to harass them out. Double small camp stack pulled through as well, assuming that it connects. Probably should, at least half the camp.
Do you think JG has to make his first rotation top of the Rolling Thunder, or are they just going to put Karma into the jungle early on?
I think they can put Karma into the jungle early, but I mean, I was saying, like, you want to try and force the DP to use the Exorcism up top. I think that's the biggest thing. Right? You want to take away that sort of tempo, or at least just slow down the game enough. Be back in the jungle with that small camp not connecting through. And this is the 5-minute creep wave as well. So, yeah, the Siege Wagon coming up top. RDP is actually going to use the surge.
Again.
Oh, he's a little isolated, though.
He is, but it was a beautiful shards. They've already used the vacuum early, though. Karma, it's under a T2 tower, guys. Are you serious? Oh, what is going on? Can I get a Karma cam? I want to see his reaction, bottom lane. Actually does not stop. KMP now in a little bit of trouble. Repeater There's a quarter duration left here for the Scorched Earth, but a Rapido I think is unkillable bottom now with this Vanguard.
Yep.
You've got that with Ring of Protection. He's not going to die. So this will really free up Bombi to be a little bit more proactive on the Dark Willow.
I want to see him TP as a reaction to that top movement again, right? Like, you've got a double damage on BB, which, it's going to put a little bit more pressure on this mid lane at least, but yeah, I really want to see him be the one to make those TPs up towards the top lane if they go for that dive one more time. Because you're still getting out on the positive side of this, right? He's got more net worth than Darkseer, despite these 3 deaths, and 4 assists coming through at least. What about the delay game, though? Nigh away as much of that push as possible. Like I've been saying, when you're playing on Radiant, you got to play proactive. And to their credit, they are. They're going for these kills onto the NP to try and slow them down. I really want to see some good use out of this early exorcism, though, on BB as they actually connect the arrow.
All right. Bombi's going to die as a result to that. Oh, leapt into the bramble, though. So both the position 2s are going to get a nice little bounty given over to them.
Tusk is a little isolated here.
Oh, wow. Jado's level 5 as a result of all those kills that he got prior. Meanwhile, CK going to die down bottom as well. Solo to Rapido and Boom Booey as well. So that was without the Doom on Rapido. He's now level 6. Meanwhile, Jaja's going to be level 6 probably after this next creep wave as well. So even though Karma's having a really rough game, like it seems like everyone, and he's not even having that bad of a game. Like you mentioned, his net worth, it's higher than the Darkseer. So it seems like all the moves from UDB aren't really paying off.
No, that's the thing, right? Like, he is just focused purely on farming. I remember casting an Oz Dota game like 5 years ago where QO was playing as a Monkey King in this carry, and he died like 8 times in lane, but every single time he went to lane, he was just like Primal Spring, Boundless the Wave, got full value out of the creeps, and then he got the assist gold for when they eventually had to dive deep to secure that kill. So as long as you're getting this turn back gold going your way, you're actually fine with this sort of trade, because this is specifically what you picked this combo for, to be able to run at the Nature's Prophet, and he's still recovering his net worth off the back of it.
Lane. Stolen Iron Shell might prove to be a bit of an issue here for them. Rapido, though, not going to be able to find the angle for the Doom. JG's looking to try and move down bottom off the back of the Rolling Thunder. Get the connection onto KMP. Even Karma's thinking about TPing down, but KMP, he's already out of the tree line. Lion Axe instead, they'll nuke him down. KMP's not going to pop out, but they need some extra TPs. RDP is going to try and move down, just in case JG goes for the finishing blow.
He's got the Iron Shell.
Oh, he's going to be off the mark. Still get the kill nonetheless. Now they've used the wall as well. Swashbuckle's going to be up in a couple of seconds. Without the shield crash mitigation, JG, he's in a lot of trouble. Rapido's back alive, though, and he's still got the Doom. So Rapido's going to look to use it.
Swash from
and
afar.
There's nothing KP can do. Should end up ticking out. Lionak's going to come back over. Rapido, he's untouchable with Vanguard now, just with these 2 heroes.
Even just moving forward with that mana burn to scare him off a little bit, right? When they were going for that chase onto JG. Gets a bottle refill as well. At least KMP will be able to take away that bounty rune as they look to try and fill that one back up. It's another really solid game coming through from Rapido. We were saying this is one of the downsides of the Chaos Knight into this lane. It does not deal well with being able to keep the creeps away. So the creeps soak up a lot of the tower hits, and you're able to just consistently run at them. Tower aggro is not onto you unless you're actually right-clicking someone underneath.
BB? Oh my lord. Karma's still going to have the damage as well. BB just died the Dark Willow under the tower, ate a Bramble, and then Curse Crown, and then just took 700 damage from the tower. But with all that action down bottom, that first Exo, he was able to find a big tier 1 mid, so that is something for UDV.
What's his cooldown on it? 50 seconds. I think he could just clear this mid wave and then look to go up top. Play together with your Darkseer. He's got Mechanism, you've got Siege Creep Wave. Probably don't need to do it, but I do definitely want to see RDP have someone connect through with him so that they're able to just quickly address this top side. Good use of the Wrath of Nature as well. They're just trying to get any damage that they can to try and shove out this wave a little bit. But again, the mech is going to keep it relatively healthy.
Might just look for the mid trade.
Yep.
Yep.
They want to soak up a few hits. Again, this is the advantage of the Vanguard, right? You just Rapido on the front lines. He doesn't need to stick bottom anymore. They're actually going to commit all 5 heroes to this mid lane. Darkseer has got the vacuum of wall available if he wants to make this TP down towards mid. Looks like he does.
Can they scout this out though? Bombi? Not going to get a glimpse of him.
Bombi, that positioning.
The terrorize though, beautifully done. And now JG is going to be able to follow up as well. So they'll kill up Boom Buoy. RDP still wants to try and drop the combo, but Xerxia have had plenty of time to reset. KMP is going to commit with a TP, but he's just going to die straight away. KMP! Remember the fan charge, but it's not enough to protect him. And now Jar Jar is
no way.
Spirit Siphon, he's not going to die as well. Oh, Xerxia. Oh, fight from UDD. They brought everyone to try and keep it alive, but it's the supports from Xerxia that really are the catalyst for them to take that engagement.
A crazy position for that TP, Leo, right into the middle of things. He just got burst 100 to 0, it felt like, but you got to give a shout out to the supports on Xerxia, right? Bombi was in position to be able to scout out that Darkseer TP. He hits the brambles onto him after he already uses the surge, so he isn't able to get that instant wall off. He even might be able to take this tower solo.
Oh, what's an arrow? Another miswash.
Yeah. They get the kill off of the Iron Shell. AG might be in a bit of trouble. All right, that doesn't feel so good, but you take away the tier 1 tower, you got a 4k net worth lead. I mean, even just the terrorize, right, to stop them running at them. And then again, Jar Jar was able to steal the Spirit Siphon, stand in the middle of 4 people, and just live after all of that with the damage reduction that he's got from the Fade Bolt too. This is really, really solid performances coming out from the Xerxia supports.
So what do UDV have to do now to re-enter this game? Because it's a 4,000 deficit. And Karma's second in net worth. 4 deaths here for him. And he's second in net worth. So what the hell do UDV need to do?
I'm going to need a moment to think about this one. I mean, I think you're going to know that you're going to be playing around this exorcism a bit more. But I think if they can afford to, they need to try and find a way to play around the top side of the map, if they can. You know, they're going to go for a smoke now. They're not going to have the exo damage for a team fight, but that's not what they want to use it for. They want to use it for tier 2 mid. They want to use it for tier 2 top. I really don't think you can go on to Rapido, though.
Karma.
They're going to reveal the smoke as well, just in the lane. Should know this.
Still the target. They were able to slip through with some of the other members with the smoke, so not aware. And Karma, well, he's going to end up going down, but the return should be there from Xerxia. Oh, JG.
Pops on low ground.
And meanwhile, for the right side, pretty decent wall from RDP, but the damage flop's not going to be there. A lot of damage early on to the Darkseer. Can he get away? Beautiful snowball's going to suck him in. BB, though, Exo's still on cooldown for the moment. Looks like it's not going to matter.
Rapido?
Now the shards as well. Rapido. Getting a 4-star from Jar Jar. Oh my lord, dude, he's so farmed.
Yeah.
I thought it was maybe like a cyclone or something that Rapido picked up, but dude, he's got a force.
That was a little greedy from Karma. You know, they scouted out the fact that there was a DP revealing from smoke in the mid lane. You have to assume that someone's going to be in that general vicinity. We go for a little bit of an attempt here onto the CK. Got to be too careful, but again, it's always Rapido standing on the front lines. He's got stats, he's got a Vanguard, he's got a mech available in 5 seconds. Don't want to commit too deeply onto that. They want to try and find anyone else.
What's Greaves done as well here for the Doom? He's not an easy person to kill off at all. Going to go BKB into the blink next here for Mr. Rapido and die. They're going to go for their own smoke now.
I like a lot of these movements.
They should be able
to have enough to go to CK.
See, JG's going to be forced to use the Rolling Thunder. A little bit hesitant though is JG.
Got to do something quickly though. They're taking a bit too long to make this movement.
Now the TPs, they're going to be able to come out and to react, and yep, they're going to call it off.
But again, is this the worst though? Like, if they're able to get away completely, yeah, you don't have the Rolling Thunder, but you just TP to the other side of the map. You've seen that it's a very heavy rotation. You've got the Observer Ward down, so you could see anyone that came in through the tree line. They won't be able to pick off anyone. Looks like they might just be trying to find Bombi, but, I mean, again, do you really care? And you have to be playing proactively on UDV, so what I want to see from them is just an all-out commitment towards this top tower if they can afford to do it. But BB, he's moving back towards mid. He wants to get the Kyron Sanj. Level 12, at least he's able to TP to Treants that Nature's Prophet spawns, but that's quite a while from now. Gonna go for another. The sports are here. US has to be a little cautious. He's actually going to go for the Raw here. As well, I was about to say they're going to make a rotation through. What happened to Disruptor? Did he get? I think he got Shuriken tossed or something, right? To be able to stop that TP to happen. Disruptor was TPing down bottom to try and get a kill onto Trill, but didn't end up eventuating. TP got cancelled. Nope, I don't think so either. They're just going to look to claim this one. No Blightstone on Trill, but he is rushing that Midas. That's what we were thinking before. I think they're really going to prioritize him getting into that. It's going to be a double Midas, so you're really not scared about going late game. It is against an anti-mage. We understand that as he's actually TPing in right in their faces. Doesn't want to give up this tower. He's got the Vanguard, I suppose, and maybe not afraid of all the treants and no Doom available, but they're just not even paying attention to the AM. They're saying, we want the tower, not you. Trill gets it, importantly. 450 gold away from the Midas. Pick up a little bit more of that farm, and important thing, though, for Horizon is that they're getting some damage into towers their way as well. He's actually coming here as a response, but Bounty Hunter still 5.5. Just level 6 on the Tinker, though. Really suffering towards the bottom of the cause. Moto's doing a great job, and he's going to get a lot more of that experience with that stack built up inside of the Radiant Ancient Camp area. Tsukimoto was going for a bit of a use of the Ice Shards there to be able to block things off, but this is a way for your Tinker to catch up, right? You just stick him inside of the Ancient Camps. They're actually looking to try and make a move bot. No track just yet. I want to see them. There we go. They got the track just now. The killer range creep. Back. He is. This is just a level 7 Tinker. You're not really that worried, right? Just the 2 points in the heat-seeking missile isn't going to do that much. He actually even gets glimpsed back down towards the bottom side, so he's going to be forced all the way back to base instead of trying to potentially get a kill happening up top. Say may use the Scorched Earth first, so he doesn't have enough mana to be able to use the Doom on this top side. It's going to be two beefy boys with their Vanguards whacking into each other right now, not doing too much. How much is that Mana Void going to do? Quick Bass? Point A, about 5 magic resist, 400 damage, so not going to be enough. The levels. for Bobby, he's looking to try and respond to this bottom lane a little bit here. It's so important that he hits his level 12. So what can they look to get done before that ends up happening? Moody might even be able to TP away. They've spotted out an enormous stack, though, which Anti-Mage is actually going Radiance build, I think, instead of a Battle Fury. I'm not sure how strongly I feel about that, considering you're up against a Nature's Prophet. So just having that Battle Fury for the tree cut is going to feel pretty important. I know, but like, do you want to be holding that if it does get super late? Yeah. Sure. Yep. Again, it's what they can do before this Tinker really comes online with that level 12, right? He's already got the Soul Ring, he's got the Blink Dagger, he's got max levels in the Heat-Seeking Marcells and the Laser, but you need that reduced cast time on the rearm to truly feel impactful. With that Helm of the Overlord coming fairly shortly, it's just going to be around that, right? Like, I'm expecting to see Horizon come together, play around these towers frequently. Create space for Anti-Mage to continue to farm. So he's still going to be sitting on the back lines. I want to see him farming close enough to be able to connect to the fight if it goes on for an extended period. Because you are still going up against two cores here that are int. So you can jump in, hit a big mana void, and maybe clean up a few kills, get into that next big item quickly. Dust. Might get Ponyo. They smoke for it. Oh! Yeah, track doesn't reveal. I'm just puzzled as to why the Wrath of Nature hit him. And this is what we were talking about as well, right? With the Tusk +1, you know, even more so if Tusk isn't a support, you're able to make these rotations and just pick up these kills with him +1 support. That time around, they drop the Static Storm to be able to do it, but you've got high damage output potential. On to an Urn of Shadows here. Silencer, not something super conventional. I know a lot of people might be saying, oh, but it's the response to the Tinker, get that onto him and he can't blink away. I'm sure everyone saw that Reddit post recently about a Tinker that had about, speaking of. Sukumoto is doing a lot. Look at how much gold Tsukimoto has to be able to play around with. He's the one with the mech as well, so he wants to be able to go for that instant Guardian Greaves, get off the Global Silence, potentially steal it back the other way. And that means that if you're committing heavily, you actually won't have that potential to be able to find the damage once you go in deep on the Tusk. So getting into this item feels pretty huge. You also have Bobby that was able to survive through and clean up a couple of those kills towards the end, so nearly level 11. I keep mentioning that level 12. So important for him to be able to pick up. Tinker, he wants to get a bit more active, I'm not sure. Certainly not a farming build. Even just the Radiance, right? I was just mentioning the fact that, yeah, you might feel like that'll disrupt the Tinker from getting away, but there was a Reddit post with a video of a guy having like 4 debuffs on him, and he's still able to get away on the Tinker. Kind of crazy. They know where the Tinker is, though. Saw him. Ooh. You'll get it. Okay. At least brought up his buckler now as well. Closer towards those greaves, a little bit tankier against some reasonable high physical damage with WS, the Helmet of the Overlord available. I am still a little bit worried that they're not getting enough out of this map, right? They don't have the glyph available, though, for the Tier 2 tower, surprisingly enough, but you have hit level 12 on the Tinker, so it's just going to be about Moody a few of these tracks off. You won't see Gun down here, though, underneath the invis. And the supports are around as well. Shout that Tinker if they could afford it. They don't even have any sentries down, though, on Horizon. It's not like they'll be able to catch. I mean, eventually they put one down kind of closer towards them, but this is all that really need to play for on Team Tough for now, right? Just prevent them from getting the early value out of the Helm of the Overlord, let Tinker scale, Nature's Prophet and Doom are scaling off the back of their Midases as well. Yeah, you're going up against an anti-mage, which is pretty scary, but I'd have to say that they've got enough to be able to take care of him. It's all the tempo. Tinker's here. Ooh. That's still too many kills, though, that they gave up for it, right? Losing 2 cores and a support. One of those kills going over to the anti-mage as well. Now he's been able to finish up that Radiance. You're right, he's gone into the Aghanim Scepter as well, so just to be able to toss those ones forward, maybe scout out where the Tinker is, be able to find him out. Pretty useful. Let's get rid of the track. Look at all these guys coming down bottom. Mercy is just watching Bobby down here. Still CAM. They're out of mana. They broke it, though. This is it, right? It's just so hard to push up into this. The reason Doom dies is because of that really annoying Call the Wild Boar. Just all those slows coming through, 34%. Packs the Doom until he's able to get into that BKB for himself. Luckily for him, the Midas is going to come off cooldown. Worth it. He's a big part of their D push as well, so they're just instantly going to start pinging bottom. You've already got 2 heroes down here, disruptor TPs as well. Just Profit, he's going to push top as he gets closer towards that Glipnir. But feels like the tier 2 tower is going to go down without too much to be able to contest it. I would almost aggressively glyph here, and they do. Just want to be able to blow that Tinker up, right? They've got a BKB now on the Tusk. He's playing with a Haste Rune. He's going into the Desolator. So this is the exact build that I've been hoping for. I'm actually going to find Seimei first instead. They glimpsed him. Times where you really wish could still have that glimpse available. Oh, I'm hearing another BKB. No one saw anything. It's fine. And they've got Ags coming out now for the anti-mage, so really wouldn't surprise me to see him be the one to, of course, pick up the Aegis, but it just enables you to play so much more aggressively. You wanted to wait for that Mana Void as well. Level 18. It's out of mana. Bait. Good shards. Would have been able to stop him. I mean, I like the fact that they are playing aggressive whenever that Tinker isn't up, right? Like, they know that they're in a position to be able to make that sort of play. They were using them as a little bit of bait there. Just sticking the Disruptor out in harm's way so that they made the move onto him. And it ends up working out fairly well. Of course, the Doom ends up taking out the Tusk on the latter ends there. And we're still lacking a tiny bit of that damage to get the insta-burst, of course, with the Desolator. Look at Tinker. He just feels like he's having to address these lanes as opposed to play aggressively with the rest of the team. Surprised me to see them go for a smoke together, but Tsukimoto, he's got the Greaves to be able to play around with. Around that next Global Silence, you can look to bait out a situation where wanting to use it and you actually get something in response. He's going into the Manta now as well. So again, more potential to blow someone up with just more mana burn, but of course, get rid of the track. D. Ornn's mid as well. Garn will be very happy to take that one. They're just going to be looking to find the Tinker, just able to get away. Tracks. Oh, the rocket. he can afford to play that deeply. He's got the Aegis. He's got maxed out counterspell that he went first. Oh, they found Tinker. Mercy's playing pretty great, isn't he? I was just about to say, you know, even though you take out the Nature's Prophet, you really don't want to be going up high ground into a Bounty Hunter Tinker. They can just get back to the fountain super quickly, especially if he's able to get up onto that level 18. But he wasn't 18 yet. He was nowhere near the base to be able to defend. Now with him dead, I wonder if they're going to consider just pushing into this high ground a little bit. No real creeps to be able to do it, though. And of course, Anti-Mage might be looking to get into that next item with Abyssal Blade. He has the Vanguard component, so a bit easier, and he's got that extra cast range as well. Picked up as well for Tusk. Yep. It was. Doesn't? Especially not if you let the anti-mage get to this state, right? Like, they've had to put so much into focusing down the Beastmaster, and still, WS has only died the once. And now he's got an AC, now he's got Helm, now he's got Pipe, and they haven't really grouped up as 5 either. It just feels like eventually it's going to get to the state where Horizon feel comfortable enough to actually group together and look to make a push happen. Maybe they're just waiting for second Roche, maybe they're waiting for Lincolns, maybe they're waiting for, I mean, one of them is yet to come. Xun Disruptor probably still a little bit too far away. Sure. Okay. Bit of a blunder there. They could have just smoked underneath vision. I'm not sure if someone was sitting on the low ground. They got to try and take out WS to start things off. Doesn't have the blink dagger to be able to get away, but yeah, like you mentioned, that positioning is good. Even just using his unit, same eh? You got two support kills, but they were track kills, is the important thing, right? So the gold went into the right heroes. Tinker got about 500, so did the Nature's Prophet. That's going to let them get into their next items. Even something like that Silver Edge on the NP is going to be great against Anti-Mage, right? A single right-click into him, and then suddenly Tinker feels like, hey, maybe I can burst this guy down. He's going into the BKB next, but Tinker's big item that he really wants is that Scythe of Ice. Anti-Mage is priority number 1. Hmm. Is he going? He's going Octarine first. I was thinking maybe do you go like the AoE Doom just because you're not going up against any 4-staffs at this point? So, wait, am I looking at the wrong team? 1 4-staff. Still, could be worse. Rip the Octarine Dream. He had it.
Need one more component. Yeah, probably disassemble the Vanguard. Yeah. So
Could
game's probably going to slow down until that
Refresher
next roach.
if he wanted to, right? Use the Ring of Health for that.
It seems like there's a lot of value with this Vanguard. Been really enjoying the builds that we're starting to see with it very late in the meta. Mercy, that's such an aggressive jump. He's going to get blown up to start the fight, so they'll be down one support, but gone straight to the back line. And they've caught up the Tinker as well. It's an early mana void TP, so Bobby's just going to be able to BKB and escape, but Trill is completely isolated. And now they're on to Seimei as well. They're looking for the cleanup. Nothing to stop God King. They got the global silence as well still to work with. They won the fight without the global. Oh my lord, the start looks so good. They didn't even need it. They saved it for the Tinker, and they'll be rewarded. There's just Bobby has not had a game at all. 8 deaths here for him. Another. Oh man. Ultra kill for Mr. God King. When Anti-Mage is back in the meta, he's going to be pretty happy about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I was even just thinking, like, I was asking it pre-game, right? Team Tough going to look to play their game style and force Bobby to adapt to it, or is it going to be them playing Bobby Dota? And clearly, with this Bounty Hunter and the Tinker, they were feeling confident enough to be able to play this strat, but he has just been sitting at the bottom of the net worth charts the entire time. Some credit to that has to be given to Gan, but a few times he's just been caught out making some rotations through where he's been a little short on mana, where he's been not quite that next ultimate level, you know, to be able to get a little bit of that additional impact. He's almost level 20, so he'll have half a second off the King Conveyance, but you might not have a base to be able to play with. AM as well doesn't even have the blink, the basher at that stage.
Oh, they already had a Hawk set up. They already had a Hawk jumped straight into it, and they're going to call in, and Trill is out.
He is out of there.
And they got tipped. Oh no, that's another rough game coming up from Team Tough.
Godlike. He might need to change his name, but pretty solid performance, I would say, coming out for Horizon. It wasn't perfect. You know, we saw that they had the potential for turnarounds. I really didn't agree with the way that they set up their lanes.
Cái này đi bình châu ở trái trong nè màu nháy có một ngày sao mà đồ tiền chưa biết
pick. So if they're going to go
Yeah, and I think it's, I mean, Tundra, no surprise, they were the first ones onto the Doom, and finally people are starting to click on. Like, they were first phasing this hero for quite some time before other people were really copying them as well. So, I don't know, this hero's... Yep. And well, there's a tiny something you were kind of bringing up before, just in passing conversation. So they're going to have some flex themselves. I mean, it's more than likely mid, right? I don't know if you're going to run a tiny Doom. So I think already they're showing the tiny that's going to be played here for Mr. Bobby. Yeah, I don't think there's much that you're worried about. I like the call. I like the call. Of course, pretty good against some of the Visage auras as well. So there's a lot of value in that regard. Still, you could get ran over. Like, that is still the thing. Terrorblade, yes, you've got good matchups, but the Luna can still very easily play into this carry-to-carry matchup with how fast you can look to end the game with the Visage. So, what do they... I guess we'll look at Horizon. You've already mentioned ban the Marcy. It was an instant Zeus ban, though. God damn.
Thì một lấy cái này chắc là sẽ Tesla tương tự từ đây tới thì thấy chưa cái bản ha đó là cái Tesla tương tự đọc đọc một thay mà nói mẹ đó là khám bê mà liên là rồi lại chẳng phải nói cho mọi người đó là cái bản
Toch feel like they don't have an answer to the Terrorblade, and that seems like they're banned out heroes to protect the TB at the moment. So maybe if they pick the Marcy, you're very much on a timer, right? Yeah, that's the thing. If you do make a couple of mistakes on Horizon, pretty much game is over. So I don't hate the call at all. I just think your margin of error is very, very low. I'm just trying to think if there's another support that gives you wave clear and does what you're saying, but I can't think of any. And you're probably not going to run a Coddle TB. I mean, and Coddle TB is very good as well. I just mean more the lane. That's what I'm concerned about. Like, being able to buff the meta is always nice, but Because you get level 6 on Visage, that's when the lane is really at its hardest. Mhm. It gives you more kill threat in the lane, the tree and Terrorblade. So again, Visage like level 1 and even level 2 you can be pretty strong, but a couple levels after that till you hit 6 you've got some issues. So maybe like second meta usage they might be able to get the kill with the tree. I mean, the bonus armor is really the big thing I'm looking for out of the living armor. I still think Tree really struggles against lineups that push very early on until you get your levels. Because your living armor doesn't do much like level 1, level 2. Sure, it's got value, but you're not at your peak, and your team isn't at their peak as well, where they can take fights at like 12-minute mark to help defend some of the early objectives. So I do
You're actually together with the rest. This one, Luna is just going to be with the rest of the team during the daytime, but at nighttime, she's fine.
Okay. Well, let's see. Horizon, this is a lineup that you cannot make a lot of mistakes on. Terrorblade late game will just solely win it. So, can Horizon get through the stage of... And will they cover themselves? Already probably...
It's only 3 of them up here, though. Actually, no, never mind, 4. Not bad. Love to get the... Of course, slower than anyone else. They're going to go the full wrap around here. Slow.
And Bobby get in range as
Throw the
well
tree.
for a little bit of damage. She
That's
will
what you want.
indeed.
Exactly what you want. The exact hero that you want. The exact hero that you want to be dying as well. He had a little bit of unreliable gold, so he lost some from that death. Great start for Team Tough. One of those advantages to second pick, though, right? Most teams would almost never let a TB through when you've got a Luna draft, and you're going to go down this sort of strategy. It's... I don't want to say it's twice now that they've gone for a cheese. Last time around it was Team Tough, obviously, with a Bounty Tinker. But this time around, it's Horizon looking to do it, right? This is a draft that has won Execration games within 18, 23 minutes. That's sort of like 5-minute window. It's just that effective at being able to ball up and go. Trees at every opportunity.
See how Moody's going to be able to play without a lot of them, because he's already taking a crap load of damage. Another round of the Soul Assumption is in fact enough, so Moody goes down. WS, nice that he's able to get an injection of gold, considering he did give up that first blood.
Wasn't really expecting to see that. Mercy's actually going to be valuing a little bit off the mark with the sentry there. Find out the deep one placed down, but it's not going to block up the small camp either, which I feel like Visage can't afford to go into that super dangerous territory. Also, they don't really have anything to be able to secure range creeps, so Trill just denies one up in his face. Mid lane, Bobby was able to get a quick bottle off the back of that first blood, so he's going to look to put a lot more harassment into Gan. Again, he's also got great abilities to be able to find the denies onto these rage creeps early on, while Tusk's spells really aren't doing that much damage. You get a little bit of lag coming through from WS. And how's bottom lane look? Earth. Again, the Sumoto Rubik is able to make a pull happen as well, so you have to be relatively satisfied with that. Level 1 right now on the Luna, so not going to be able to hold him in place with a little bit of more of that stun duration from the Lucent Beam. Same A should be able to get away just fine.
This lane pretty much comes down to if the glimpse is on cooldown, right? Because it seems like it's a very aggressive lane for Tough, but they're going to try and just run down Ponyo and run down God King. But if Ponyo's in a position and if Glimpse is ready, then that will be a great way to prevent that. Again,
you have to remember, though, that if they're using... They've used the Glimpse, it's got 17-second cooldown now, Scorched Earth, 29, right? So if you're able to get up onto, like, level 3 Scorched Earth, you have level 2 on the Rubik, you don't have Glimpse available, this Disruptor is just going to get run down. There's nothing really that a Luna can look.
That would be a great way to be able to slow down the overall timing that they're looking for Mr. Horizon. We'll see if they're going to be able to really truly come online with this type of draft that they're looking to play with. I know God King overall does like the Luna. We saw it even banned out.
Have you been playing many games on C or just sticking to Oz?
I haven't played Dota in a while.
I mean, they're saying 300 ping on Mercy at this point in time. I'm getting that a lot when I play on C. You know, just the game spikes for no reason up to 300 ping, and I need to like restart Dota to fix it. And even then, that doesn't work. So maybe we need a new hamster.
What do you think the hamster's name is currently?
Gaben. I don't know.
Alright. Trying to see how creative you were, but obviously not too creative.
Hammond. Hammond the hamster.
Let me...
Hamster names. So what was it? Hammy, Hamlet, and what was the other one? Hamilton. There's no Hamtaro, by the way. It is. They were all different types of... I was a little kid when it was on the Cartoon Network and all that sort of stuff. No. Dragon Ball. No, Pokemon. Pokemon, Digimon, Dragon Ball Z, Yu-Gi-Oh! In that order. And a little bit of Gundam Wing. Nah, it's a little... Gundam Wing was like the Boomer-ish one, but there's later versions of Gundam. There actually was a Gundam Overwatch style game that came out very recently, and I think it was just released on PC. Kind of check that one out, just how it is. It's like big mechs.
I haven't heard anything about it
on Steam. Kind of.
What do you mean mixed? Like mixed reviews? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say fine. I don't know. I hadn't heard anything about it, so not that that's maybe something to go off. But I mean, I feel like as a
you're
gamer,
the fucking arbiter of what's good and what's not.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like as a gamer, like you got a pretty good sense of games that are getting released and stuff like that.
But have you seen the murder of?
No, I have not. Murder of...
So it's like a murder mystery party basically that plays a little bit like the Phoenix Wright games and Danganronpa games and that. It's free on Steam, so it takes about, I don't know, 2-3 hours to beat it. Like little mobile phone style mini games in between. It's all right for a free game. The artwork's kind of nice. The dialogue's pretty good. Yeah, of course. I love my Phoenix Wright style game. Yeah, it's free. Again, good artwork, good music. Dialogue is entertaining enough, and the gameplay, it's like limited, but it's fine. You know, you're kind of on rails. That's the one downside I have to it. Like, there's a bunch of like dialogue options where you get multiple different choices, but the end result is so.
What would you say is like your favorite style of game? Like mobile, FPS, like etc. etc.
But I mean, Dota. Okay. Well, I like Dota and HOTS, and a little bit of Smite. Other than that, I haven't really biggest. I'm shooters. I like ones where you can move and shoot. So CS, PUBG, they're out because that's like more realistic styles. You can't be jumping off a cliff doing a backflip and be able to land a headshot, you know, like you can in Overwatch and Apex and all these sorts of things. So I think that's my sort of style. I hate racing games. I hate RTSs just because, outside of Mario Kart, but my micro is trash, so I'm never going to be playing StarCraft or Warcraft or Age of Empires or anything like that at the level needed to do.
Oh yeah, the level needed, but it's still.
I mean, I lived back in the day where you got Age of Empires 2 in a cereal box. You got it for free.
Really? In a cereal box?
Yep.
What?
They used to give out actual prizes. That was the pinnacle.
Yeah, because now they just give like shitty coupons, and I don't know, coupons might even be a stretch. Like, it just might be some other crap, but
half off your next box or some like terrible little plastic toy that's just gonna go in a landfill.
Oh god. Alright, well, we are back underway. Honestly wasn't too long, so WS hopefully doesn't have too many ping issues now. A couple of restarts. It looks like he's good to go. So
they've been able to deny away a couple of range creeps on this bottom side as well. Here's that pressure that I was talking about. They instantly get the glimpse back, but again, they don't really care on Team Tough, right? Like, this is 1 point in the Scorched Earth. There's no real kill threat off the back of that. It's just to force the glimpse. And again, this really does feel like one of those lanes where you're not really wanting to go Thunderstrike. I think Kinetic Field is going to be far more important for this to prevent Seimei from running.
Wow, Dano, thank you so much, because that was going to be my next question. So I appreciate you even bringing up. I didn't have to ask. What a co-caster.
You know? I mean, I did mention in the line, and they didn't end up laning it that way, and I was like, oh. Ended up working out well for them in the end, though.
First meta use top wasn't able to guarantee a kill, but we were kind of speaking about that second meta potentially. They did use it a little bit later on in the lane, so by the time it's back up, might have another item and some levels to play with here for Horizon.
Important thing is, it feels like Bobby is having a much better time in this mid lane. The back of that first blood does help things. Range creep denies as well, and that's, I mean, would you say that these are probably the two most like equivalent heroes in the game right now, the Tusk and the Tiny, with what they provide? Bottom lane, actually. Tsukumoto might be in trouble.
Spawn point up in the beam, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. The last right click from afar there from God King's going to help secure the kill. Ponyo might be in some trouble though. Seimei, decent amount of Scorcher still to work with, but he won't be able to get that last right click. So Ponyo is okay. I do agree. I think they are very, very similar. I think they scale differently. That is probably the only thing. But like the lane, the early game, the mid game, they play very, very similar.
The 1 point in the Lucent Beam is all you really need at this point, right? Like, the reason they were able to get that kill was because Ponyo was just hitting for an extra 14 damage. You're actually able to out-trade a lot of what the Rubik's able to do. You just see the power of that kinetic field as well, bringing Seimei back, getting a lot of harassment in. at least he's got the Ring of Health built up for himself, and he's going to look to go into that Vanguard once again. It's not going to have quite as much impact as it did last time around, but it certainly is going to enable his survivability. Sure that they're going to be wanting to make a bit of a play around Tsukimoto again, who, speaking of, be in a bit of trouble.
Ooh,
He'll get a glimpse back.
Just got out of range. He will, but the kinetic field being off the mark, I think, is not going to cost them. Looks like Ponyo will cost them. I should maybe not beam. All right, it will cost them. So
make up your mind.
For a second, I'm like, hang on, Ponyo's damage is pretty decent with that second point in the Lunar Blessing, but we do have our nighttime now, so everyone else across the map for Horizon going to be working with that extra 14 damage inside the lane.
20 soon enough, so certainly makes Tusk's life a whole lot easier. Basically evens out though. Stopped his right click on the range creep, so not able to secure that one. I wonder what Top's going to be looking like. They're actually going to instantly go for a kill here onto Moody with all of that additional damage that they're able to get with the sidekick as well, and that's going to be enough. Is Mercy going to even be able to get away?
No.
That would have been hype. I like the instant reaction for him. It just doesn't work out.
But I mean, Till gets a kill out of the meta. I was kind of hoping it would be on WS. So you force it out nonetheless. And when he comes back, there might be in some trouble. Actually, bottom lane, Ponyo. He's got the glimpse if he wants to use it. Doesn't see that it's required. Now Same is going to take a little bit of damage.
Away, maybe.
Yeah.
It's nighttime. That vision to be able to catch him out just yet. Realizes that Tsukimoto's going hunting for him. 2 points fade bolt. Playing very carefully. Korea got at the moment. All that much that's going to enable Disruptor to just stay in that lane all that easily. Good infused raindrops purchase coming through for God King, and feel he needs that plus a salve on Ponyo just to be able to stay in this lane. Tsukimoto's going hunting once again.
Ooh, get him.
Glimpse. Enough for the kinetic though.
Now you can play with Scorched Earth, although Same we have some issues with the movement speed from God King. I'm keeping tabs on top because WS is super close to the 6, and with the meta on cooldown, there is a really big window now for them to get aggressive. Again, like you said, that third point in Lunar Blessing's been picked up as well, so a lot of the damage getting increased, and I like that Mercy's giving solo experience to WS. This range creep's going to give it to him. They're going to go straight away. Mercy, look the wrap around. I mean, there's not really much Moody's going to be able to do. He tries to give him the living armor, but Moody's going to probably die as well. They won't continue chasing him down, though. No points up in the rebound here for Mercy. WS is already off to a killing spree, and we actually bottom. Got him a little bit of trouble. Strength treads along with the wand. So we're going to be able to chase him down nonetheless. Scott King should end up going down unless his jukes are crazy and can get the salve off. He does. Tsukimoto, can he pop it? Got a glimpse. They've got the ward as well. Exactly where he's running off to. He's got Disruptor coming pretty shortly. And he'll get full duration. Wow, okay.
Very nicely done. And that was with Ponyo actually showing up in mid, getting a bit of a refill on the bottle. Organ as well. They almost got a kill onto Bobby, but he actually had an invis rune bottled and he was able to back away enough. Avoid this. Oh, this is an ideal rune for them to get. He wants to make an instant rotation down bottom, I feel, on Gun. Might just be waiting for that phase boost to be completed before he does it. It's that mid lane a little bit first, but if you're too static here, then Tiny's actually going to be the one that rotates up. And
they got a glimpse. They know he's sitting over there. Let's see, can he jump off anything with the rebound? This creeps nearby. Bobby should be able to blow him up though with a combo. But WS is now free inside the fight, and Garn's even going to look to use the haste. So he's able to counter Tiny's movement to the top lane, and they might get Trill as well. Oh, he sucked all the familiars in. They can look to hold Trill down into place. No level up in the Sunder. They're actually going to turn to Moody instead. Denog, one of the games we casted of Horizon vs Spawn, WS absolutely carried them on the Visage, and he is set up for another incredible game as Same is probably going to go down bottom lane as well. God King, no level up in the Eclipse, but a huge beam and glimpse will secure it nonetheless. And this is, for tough, you could not let Horizon get off to this start.
no, absolutely. And this is the sort of thing where most of the time you see Visage coming out of the laning stage quite low on net worth, right? It's just because you're going to have this big power spike after the fact. But getting onto his level 6, when did he even get it? Was it like 7.5, 8 minutes? Like, they've instantly gotten 3 kills out of it. They've gotten this early tower, and they're playing exactly like they need to. Vlad's providing the extra bonus damage, combining that together with the sidekick flat damage. So anytime that you can combine flat damage together with percent damage, it's just going to give you even more value. They might even be able to get another jump here onto Moody, or to dive right underneath the tower. Oof, they went for Trill instead. Maybe a little bit too deep on Ponyo on the bottom side of the map, though, and he's actually TPing away from this top side altogether. He's looking to go mid, so the question for me is, what's Bobby going to be able to do in response to all of this? He's got the Arcane Rune.
They just ran past the tier 2 and just killed the support, though. So no living armor for a little bit of time. And another creep wave's going to connect. It's not the catapult wave, which is going to take a little bit longer for Horizon, but still this tower is going to... it's going to go down. Not go down, sorry, but it's going to take a lot of damage.
Up at the sidekick into the Familiars. I would have considered doing that just because you would have got good value out of it. You would have potentially forced a glyph.
Glimpse back into the static storm. First one of the game here from Ponyo. Snowball was on a catapult, so they didn't really get that extra damage maybe required. Mercy's still nearby. WS can even consider about sweeping down to the mid lane if they want to get a kill and that objective.
I don't think he needs to. I think he can find enough just to be able to push into this top tower, right? I guess...
Bottom lane. God King, yeah, first Doom as well. He's in some trouble. He's not going to be able to duke this one out. DPs are starting to come through, but... It might try and suck him in the snowball, delay some of the damage. He should still go down afterwards. It's about to expire the Doom. He's got some one charges, but the telekinesis sends him out of his little hidey hole. Can they body block? No way God King lives. Oh, Horizon. Well. Beautifully done. They're going to give him the bonus life, so even Trill's looking to come down bottom. One more right click will just get the kill. Trill's going to be cautious, though. Again, no level up in the Sunder. It's not going to matter, Bobby. For some revenge.
There was that
have the damage for Ponyo? No raindrops here for the Disruptor. They're going to turn it, though. Mercy's level 6 as well. No level attack team, but it's not going to matter. No, he
tried. Trill messed up the Sunder.
They know. No good. Yeah, they know indeed. And us, well, Sukimoto might be able to try and get some kills back. Gone. Keep in mind, there's a Turboblade illusion. It's doing a decent amount of damage. Tsukimoto, can he win it out by himself? I mean, Fadebolt's back up. Snowball and a couple. He's going to get the ball. He's going to get him. Tsukimoto. All right, it's the Rubik showdown bottom.
He was the clear standout in game number 1, and it's looking like being that in game number 2 as well. You had WS, he made this rotation towards mid, and importantly enough, they actually popped the glyph in response to this, which I think is exactly what Horizon were wanting, right? You've already lost a tier 1 tower, so now you don't have that glyph for the top wave. At least got Moody pushing this one out a little bit, but a matter of time until they're able to take this one. They've actually rotated God King up top as well because they've lost that tier 1 tower, and it's the daytime. So for the next 2 or so minutes, he needs to be playing with the rest of the team so that they're able to take advantage of that Lunar Blessing aura, of the sidekick. They take the tier 2 tower, they bump them out of the jungle. This is like the perfect sort of draft that you want to be playing on the Radiant side, right? One that needs to get active with the rest of the team, play together, ball up, take away the advantages that Dire have to play.
Bobby. On to Mercy. Bobby's going to look to TP out, but they see exactly where he is. Just an awkward smoke from them running into 3.
I think that should be enough to just go top, right? I think they were just wanting a pick-off before they went into this. Well, they're still going to have a range creep to disable that backdoor protection to be able to play around with. I really feel like they can just stick here, but they're feeling like they can't. Right?
Maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
We got Vlad's and of course with sidekick. No point in tag team. But if they commit the unleash, doesn't matter though.
Lunar Blessing as well.
I feel like a lot of this game now, if Team Toch can get out of the stage, going to come off the back of Sukimoto. I mean, this dude's level 9. He's the same level as the Doom and as the Terrorblade. So max out Fade Bolt is some pretty decent abilities to be able to steal this game. You've got almost max out Arcane Supremacy with the Aethlin, so he's going to be able to play a decent distance away, which can help out to slow down some of the push. But like, you need to do a lot with what was granted to you after that bottom fight.
Really want to see him get into a shard pretty soon, right? It feels like a lot of the team fights might come down to the save outside of an Ag Static Storm, not a Static Storm Kinetic Field onto a Terrorblade, right? Where he's not able to get that Sunder off. Be able to survive that little bit longer to enable a Tree and Protector, for example, to join in with the rest of the team. And though this is during the daytime, so even with the sidekick, this is going to take a little bit longer to be able to take out this bottom tower. And this is really why I was wanting God King to be playing with the team during the daytime. He doesn't need to commit fully onto it, but just for that next 30 seconds, it really feels like it could be the difference maker with what you're able to do to the familiars. Nighttime, of course, though, in 5 seconds, but they end up taking the tower anyway.
Would you just sweep instantly to mid?
I would, yeah. Away, again, force them to pop a glyph. I really don't think you care about this bottom side of the map at all, unless, like, they mount some amazing high ground defense. All you're really wanting to do is get that secondary glyph out of them, get the second point into the Visage Familiars. If you can get level 15, great, but level 2 is really what you want. And then, off of the back of that, if you force the glyph, if you get a single pick off, you can go high ground, and you can go high ground real damn early.
So one thing with this TB Luna matchup as well, that maybe God King's prioritizing a little bit more of his farm instead of joining, because what the Manta's able to provide them to mitigate that reflection. Like, that was the big reason why you're asking for him. That's the big thing why he counters the Luna. Reflection, you get all the auras, but Manta can dispel it. So
and
God
you
King's
get the bouncing from the glaives as well. So
yep.
Biggest count.
And we've probably got to feel like Reflection's really the way back in. Like, as crazy as it is, that's why you pick this matchup. And against all the auras that Visage has, he's got Vlad's, he's got Pipe, he's going AC, so also that.
TB is one of the better heroes to be able to pick up into a lot of that big burst, right? Or that group up and running out, which is just so much value. But, I mean, got that first objective that I was talking about, right? They get the tier 2 tower, they get the glyph popped, Luna moves... Actually, she's going to go back bottom, really wanting to pick up this Manta style before they go in onto the high ground, so maybe it's just going to be around finding this quick pick. They're going to go for a smoke, which I believe... No, it wasn't. It wasn't under the ward. The ward isn't actually enough into the lane to be able to scout that out. Bobby might have an idea.
Same get a glimpse of him. Still going to be able to connect with God King, though, so... Oh, Crimson. Pretty good Crimson game. Yes, there's a little bit of magic damage that he has to be worried about, but overall it's going to provide them a lot.
The most important item in this game, though, is that Bobby finally has that blink. So now you can look to plays around. You want to try and get this quick pick off onto Seimei.
It's not going to be easy, though. From WS, it's going to they get a lot of the damage. Can they turn around with the Doom? It's used onto a Marcy, so the rest of Raiding going to be heavily enabled. Gun once again sucks him into the snowball, but the Static Storm's just out of range, so they'll use the Glimpse to drag back Bobby. May be able to secure the kill, though, off the side, but the Doom, they're not going to get the deny onto Mercy. So a decent start for now. God King started to rotate over as well, but the bounces are there. Tsukimoto. Shard's actually going to push him out, but they'll get the kill. So 1-for-1. Doom's on cooldown. And you got a minute left on Aegis. Maybe you're just looking to get this last out.
Why not, right? Like, it's very low risk to be able to go for it. You don't have the Marcy, so the sidekick isn't available. He's got the drums. So he's a big part of your push. And it's going into the Hurricane Pike on God King. I like it, lets you get a little bit further away from the overgrowth. If it gets in onto you, you can just attack from further range as well, which, you've only got about a minute and a half left of time, so it's just about to reach time for God King to continuously play around the rest of it.
When's high ground time, do we think, for Horizon?
For a pick off when Marcy's with you. Any sort of 5v4 situation. It's very look into it at this stage, but like, what's the buyback status? Pre-19 minutes.
No glyph. If this tower goes down, they'll put a refresh, but we know what happens. Wow. All right, no leaving armor as well.
Buyback, though. Bobby's got to find this jump.
Hasn't been out. Oh, now he's going to go.
Get the toss back, though.
Can we go on with the Snowball, great defensive. Static Storm's going to clip onto the Terrorblade as well. Is he in some trouble or not? Looks like Radiant pretty hesitant. I mean, there are no metas used, so why not force? They don't have to force it.
No, they don't. They know the meta's forced. They know they get that buyback out of the Tiny as well. So you opened yourself up a win condition 19 minutes in with a position 5 being the one to buy back. Out onto the lane. See the mech aura on the creeps.
It's going to pop.
Is he going to jump in?
And has only got a quarter duration left. A lot of their damage going to be taken care of. Bobby, he's supposed to be the one initiating. And he gets jumped before he can react. Moody's trying to get in a position for the overgrowth. That's a pretty solid one, but meta's out. You don't have your main damage source. They might be able to blow Trill up before the Sunder. He used it onto an illusion anyway, so it doesn't matter. They'll still get the Terrorblade, and there's a DD for God as well.
There is. Of course there's a freaking DD by the Tome on the Rubik, but at this stage, it really isn't going to accomplish that much, right? They can just ball up and go. It was a pretty good placing of that overgrowth. I was thinking that they might look to turn it around, use the reflection just to get a little bit more of that damage back. But like you said, without the meta, they just didn't feel confident at all in being able to push in and commit everything onto this. Why not? Bounces going around. Bobby has to be careful with his positioning as well, so he doesn't get clipped by the glaives.
Oh, great Static Storm. No toss back. No play at all for them now for 30 seconds. Oh, they're even... Oh, they did not forget that Trill G'd it out and left pretty early.
Okay,
they're going to try and God King. Oh, they chucked him out. Mercy. Beautifully done with the dispose. Stolen Snowball, but a Force Staff gets some distance away. And now God King can reset and maybe come back afterwards. They might not even need him, though. Crimson Guard is mitigating all the damage from the Familiars currently.
Marcy being dead means there's no lifesteal, so you got to get back.
That will be the call. Disruptor's going to TP out. Still hunting, though. Overgrowth in 10 seconds. Great micro coming through from WS. They might be able to get the Familiars, though. Get the Familiars!
Dota physics. Why can't he fly over?
What an ability. Kinetic field.
Well, now you've got AC on WS as well. They still don't have glyphs. They still don't have Treant buyback. Roshan is potentially up in 5 seconds. You would love to have that just to enable Visage to continue to stay that Aghanim Shard. He's got it queued up for himself, and they can probably afford to wait for this, right? Like, you're not really worried about any huge timings coming through, and Visage is going to have 50 shortly. So now they're just going to take away the high ground. They're going to put some of their own vision up, you would hope. There we go. Get up level 15 on the Visage, take the Roshan, take the outpost away from them, get some... Do you have any tier 2 neutral items? Yeah, they got 4 of them. Let's get the 5th. Embrace feels pretty nice as well. Let's give that one over to Visage. He's holding on to the Seas of Serenity right now. Yeah, close out the game once you're at that point.
Yep. I think if we're trying to cope and find a way back in for Team Toch, I mean, this Scud is that first point for Trill. He's still a while away.
100.
But it's a huge item for him against the heroes that they have on Horizon.
I mean,
a lot of the auras, a lot of the stain versus...
Rubik's going 4 stuff, but like, surely you go Shard, right? Like, the way that they're winning these fights is off catching out one person and being able to like reposition them. Maybe you can even luck out and like, if Garn goes for a snowball, find that target, lift them back into the base, force him to go in too deep, you know? You're going to need to get clever about this, because this is not just some easy... This isn't Dota right now. You're up against a cheese strategy.
Garn's positioning. A little bit split. Garn got to be cautious. The team will come over now. Bobby's so hesitant because he doesn't have vision. That's going to be up to Samir to try and provide it. But Mercy's got a burst and a jump off.
Visage found.
Meta's going to be activated up on the high ground. They'll get the Doom as well. A great start to the fight for Die. They're going to try and target down WS, but a Force Staff to help reposition. Looks like he should go down. He wants to hit Roche for some of the sustain. It honestly may have been enough. No way. If they got creeps to heal off, the Doom's going to expire. So WS is okay.
Roche is
they
up
get
though.
the Disruptor, and they stole Glimpse as well.
Is up. Try and heal up a little bit here on WS just so that he can look to rejoin the fight. They're going to be able to push them back from this. I mean, they've got a DD down bottom, but meta for that. Are you just going to let them go in and take Roshan after it expires?
This fight's on Bobby now with the DD. He's going to be huge, and well, they might be able to jump in first. He's got activated with the Eclipse. It's going to tear apart some of the members. It's a beautiful avalanche. So Bobby, finally the impact we've been waiting for out of the Tiny. Kills off Mercy, but Gant's going to be able to stand strong off the back of the BKB, and a static storm just completely turns the fight in half. You couldn't have asked for a better ultimate from Ponyo, but Trill will get the Sunder off. It's not going to matter. They'll jump over the top. Down goes the Terrorblade. Glimpse is there. Bobby's going to get caught out as well. Got to be cautious about the burst from Tiny. You see how hesitant they are of running straight on top of him. They rely on the chain control out of the familiars. The snowball to come up shortly as well, and Bobby won't be able to take anyone into the grave with him.
Moody, you're in way too deep.
Action, another sentry. There we go.
Millions. Dieback as well. I mean, you could go Roche, but you want to?
It's a safe call. Just get
it
Roche.
is, but if you're
well.
on point with your meta timing and you know that it's 10 seconds on Glyph, I guess, but no tree, it feels kind of nice. Tsukimoto, get a little bit of that information, and well, they are going to go for the safe.
They saw him.
I don't think they... Ice Shard stolen. Change anything. Ooh.
Need to kind of get some of the lanes out. So Gore King's push.
I guess. Start of these fights.
I guess, and the tower's down to like half as well at the bottom tier 3, so maybe that's playing into it a little bit too.
He was the one that picked up the Ag Shard as well on the Luna. Have even more damage output coming through from the Eclipses. I mean, it's going to land onto everyone. Pretty sure no BKBs out yet on Dire's side, so no one's able to avoid that damage. No pipe even on any of these heroes, so that Eclipse is really going to just rip through. Yep. Why the static storms from Ponyo have been so great so far.
You have Bobby's gonna be cautious.
Sticking in this lane for a while, and it's not like there's anyone else that's going to assist him with getting kills again.
They see him.
Yeah, they get the additional night vision with the Lunar, and at least he's able to get away. Going to go into an Aghanim Scepter for himself, but this is like an Ag Scepter with nothing to really beef up your damage. Not even a Chrysalis. Not even an Echo Saber.
Just pray that Rubik's still sidekick. Even I don't even know if that plus 65. I mean, it's really not going to be enough, but
sidekick plus up. TB reflection.
Yeah.
the Luna Aura, the AC.
But you've got Lincolns now. Like you said, maybe that was why they went bottom, so God King now has got enough gold for it. Glyph is still up now for Team Tough, and Skadi is well completed for Trill. So
toss back.
Bob is going to look for the toss back. Manta's off. They'll get rid of the reflection. Still is in some trouble. Force everything used to try and get him out of danger. They activated meta, so you just chill. You wait it out.
Yep.
Get the health back, and then you can go again.
I think they could just stick around, like push in the wave, get the. I really don't think they should move forward here. There's another set of ancient camps spawning in a couple of seconds. Maybe they get another neutral item. Garn blocks it.
Classic.
Yeah, he blocked it. So could have got a better item. I mean, Psychic Headband feels pretty nice, but of course.
Oh, he sent it back to base.
My biggest pet peeve. I'm standing right there. It's the best item for me. Just give it to me. I even ping it out, and they do it. Oh.
And did he? And he's sending. Oh, okay. I was going to say he's sending it straight away on Courier, but it's just wards. Again, they're going to look for the toss back. Static Storm's a little bit too late this time. But no meta. Let's see if they're going to have the damage. God King, he'll lose the first life pretty convincingly.
He's got Eclipse coming out of this, though.
But can they get past the other heroes to be able to protect him? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. So Horizon, this is some of the issues with their lineups. If you start making some mistakes, you don't have many with the type of draft they've been going for. So Disruptor's going to go down as well. And That will delay this game.
Really didn't feel like you had to have the Luna on the front lines, right? One of the big strengths of this drafts is you could just use the familiars to do a lot of the work. You've got the AC, you've got the Visage talent, you've got the sidekick, you've got the Boots of Bearing, like so much. The Luna Blessing, like they will rip this tower apart. And I feel like they were just scared to go up onto that high ground because there was a tier 3 tower there with the potential of like the multi-shot coming through. If that tower's gone, maybe then you move forward because they'd already used the overgrowth. What else are you really worried about?
And that could just be the one mistake that actually cost them this game. Because Trill's keeping up in farm. Seime's keeping up in farm. Like, this is a Midas maxed out Devour, of course. So he's got Blink now to initiate. You've almost got BKB on Trill, and you wasted that no meta kind of timing you had. So
he's almost into the BKB as well, just the recipe away. 15, so he's got additional health into all of this. He's got a Titan Sliver as well, so to avoid a few of those chain stuns coming through. Totem feels pretty nice, though. The Tusk or the Marcy to be able to play around with.
Yeah, but it sounds like, what do you do on the map for Horizon? What, you're going to wait for next Roche? I don't know.
No,
I feel like...
Just play the fight better, you know? Not even a it shouldn't have been a fight. It should have just been some annoying, cheesy rat Dota. They've even got pipe, right? So you could just stick that onto the familiars as well. And what are they going to do? Drop a Nature's Grasp onto you? That's not even going to cut through any of the Gravekeeper's stack. It's got that 400 damage absorption.
I think this game is very difficult now for Horizon.
I don't think
it says 94%. You don't reckon?
No. I think they've got another really solid time to push in. BKB on the TB makes it more challenging, for sure. But they just got to use that. It really does feel that. You got to remember, WS is holding on to 5.2k gold. Scythe. Maybe if Bobby makes that big blink Avatos, you actually just hex him.
Yep. Okay, that's a very big item on that, actually. All right, then.
Got the shard, though, on Rubik.
Okay. Pretty farmed, almost ahead of the time. Well, 500 gold is pretty goddamn close for support.
Go the level 10 Fade Bolt. It's going to give so much value. 5% damage reduction for Fade Bolt and bring it up to, 47? Feels pretty significant considering it lasts for 10 seconds. And how long does Boots of Bearing last?
Wait, what?
6 seconds.
It lasts for I didn't even know it lasts for the entire cooldown. I did not know that. What an ability, man. Fade Bolt.
So you're always just going to be playing, like, again, these familiars can't buy a BKB. So you might have a ton of damage boost for them. 7-second duration of the sidekick. Always going to be up and available. Unless you catch that Rubik out. He can play so far back as well on Super. Playing another really good game. He's got the Aetherlands, he's got the maxed out Arcane Supremacy, he's got a Blink Dagger, and that Shard as well, just to be able to save whatever target that gets gone in on. So, honestly, even if Bobby does get caught on the Tiny, he could just get lifted back into the...
They should know something's going on. I mean, top wave is pushed in really far. We'll see. I mean, but it felt like after that high ground push, they didn't want to go high ground until God King's BKB. He's been able to pick up the level 20 as well, so extra damage in the Lucent Beam. They're going to try and sweep through Dire's jungle. No one's home, though. Team Tough, they're playing on their own triangle, looking to drop some vision down, secure the area. Because for them, you are looking for a fight in a choke point where that Terrorblade can stand strong off the back of the Skadi and the BKB.
Komodo can't get picked.
Ooh.
He's got the headband as well to play around with. Last range on the telekinesis.
Actually, gotta be cautious. Gonna be fighting to the vision now.
Oh, they found him.
They do get the glimmer.
Deal. He's got the buyback, but someone needs to move back to mid lane.
Gonna jump in, Bobby as well. Through onto the Luna. God King, can he activate the BKB? They try and suck him in the snowball. God King is gonna stand strong though. Hurricane Pike down to the south. Trill doesn't have the damage just yet. God King's still falling pretty goddamn low. They need the sidekick to keep him healthy, but it's not gonna matter. Hex is there to prevent the Sunder. And that was the fight, and probably just the game-winning fight. Now they don't have buyback. Ponyo even gets him as well. The double 4-star, so he can can get close enough.
Oh,
And there are the tips, and they've called it. One fight was all they needed. One mistake, it didn't matter. They farmed up that BKB, they got, and they went straight back to Team Tough.
as soon as that Luna comes out, quite honestly, after that, where they could have still been in a really solid spot. They had full map control, they had lanes pushing constantly, they could use Mantra Illusions to do it, they could use Visage Familiars to do it, and, well, Team...